Welcome on back, everyone, to Thursday Night CEDH at Natural 20 Games. Welcome on back, welcome on back. I see some usual people in chat here, some new people in chat. Welcome to Natural 20 Games Thursday Night CEDH. I'm your humble commentator, Sean. And Jeremy's in the background doing some production as per usual. And we are here tonight with some oldies but goodies. We got Good Guy Joe on Jinsakai, Ghost of Tsushima. Good old Esper, combat trick, combat damage, drawing some cards. You know how it works. We got Curran the villain on Choco, Secret Commander Derevi. Because, of course, he only wants to play Derevi. You know, classic Curran the villain on Derevi. Then we got, of course, ROB, Buff Rob in Joyra, Ageless Innovator. We've seen that win some games here pretty regularly. And then, of course, Sam, back in from Shamrock Showdown. There we go. 7, 7, 7, and then Curran is also hitting a 7. So we're all set. Good luck to our players as they start out the game. Let's take a look at our pre-games. Doesn't seem like we got any pre-games. Esper is a very interesting color combination in CEDH. I've played some Esper myself. I've played some Noctis, Prince of Lucius, Esper artifacts. Jinsakai is going to have a little bit of the similar ideas of its shell, silence effects, stacks effects, as well as the usual Ristic Study, drawing cards as much as you can effects. But this time we got a little bit of an interesting thing with combat triggers, with damage triggers, with all of the damage. Oh, whoops. There we go. All right, for some reason they need to get reset. They did not reset between rounds. All good, all good. Good guy Joe is just going to be fetching here for a Savannah. No, that's not. That's a bat. That's a scrubland. Scrubland. That is the dual land that we are talking about. And then we got a Sarah Ascendant turn 1. The boogeyman of 1 mana creatures. 1 mana, 1/1 with lifelink. But if you have 30 or more life, which we do, get +5/+5 and flying. So we're going to be having a good amount of life gain from here. Especially when Jin Sakai gives it double strike when it attacks alone on a character. Or onto a player. Then over here we got Curran playing pretty much the same thing, but instead of grabbing up a Tundra, Rob is just going to be putting out a Mox Diamond, putting away a fetch land. We're going to make a uncounterable Joyra hits the field. Joyra! Ageless Innovator. Been Rob's baby for quite some time. Ooh, there we are. Rob's pet deck here. 2 mana, 2/3 with tap to put 2 Ingenuity counters onto her. Then you may put an artifact with melee X or less, where X is the number of Ingenuity counters on Joyra. Sam's going to be getting out a early Thrasios, playing Rogthras, maybe semi-blue? We'll be seeing how this goes. Thrasios here, of course, is just a mana dump. And Rograk is a card enabler, is a spell enabler for Commander Matters cards. Or Creature Matter cards. Sacrificing a creature for something, all that. Good Guy Joe is going to be going back over here to turn. Move into combat. We're going to just put 6 damage onto Rob. There we are, going up to 45, Joe. Not going to be going down from there anytime soon. Rob's here. Rob deck is interesting. He is attacking Rob out of everyone here at the moment. I guess Rob deck would be using majority of his life with stuff like the One Ring. He can easily get out and cheat out a lot faster than most other players here. Joyra is a very much a blue. Oh, interesting. We got Toxic Deluged to get rid of all of the creatures except for Sarah's Ascendant. Alright. Just slowing down everyone here. We're going to put a Bloom Tender out here. Alright. So like I was saying, Rob's deck is a sort of like a blue artifact shell, similar to like Urza, Arkham Daxon, and anything like that. But with that red backup and quickness of its additional tutors, Underworld Breach, as well as its own Entomb with like Goblin Engineer, Goblin Welder. So it's definitely got some stuff here. We put out a Lotus Petal and a land, and we are able to get out Joyra again on turn 2. Pretty much just time warped him here. Not time warped, time walked. Sam's going to play out a land. It's going to cost 2 to cast Roger and 4 to cast out Thrasios. Immediately made it so that way his commanders cost 6 rather than just the 2 mana. So we're going to pay 2 here, taking a damage. We're going to snap the Bloom Tender back to hand, untapping our 2 lands. We are just playing spot removal right now. All right, Good Guy Joe might as well just done like a 3 mana destroy 2 target creatures. Very interesting. I guess right now Joe's just kind of going for Sarah Ascendant beats, just trying to get damage in every time. We're going to replay out Roger. Again, time walking even worse, setting him back a whole turn here with only being able to cast out Roger with 2 lands. Good guy Joe goes back to turn. We're going to go and swing at Curran, taking 6 damage. We're gaining 6 once again. We got that life to spend. Might as well spend it. I haven't seen a joy in any term. I mean, that makes sense. You're going to play that strategy. You need to add a second color. That's the color pairing I'd pick. Yep, absolutely. It's the artifact-based decks. I mean, you've seen it. Is it artifacts? I've kind of just been in the resurgence, especially in recent years. The most prevalent, of course, being the most recent Iron Man. The idea of it, is it like fast engineering, quick stuff, especially is it itself the guild being not only are they wizards and mages, but they're also innovators and inventors. So it's kind of baked into its color identity to supplement the blue artifact idea and identity. Good guy Joe's putting out a Sensei's Divining Top and a Grim Monolith and passing the turn. Curran the villain is going to be playing out the Bloom Tender that got snapped back to hand and passing it back over to Rob. Everyone is just time walking each other, except Good Guy Joe is in the best seat right now. Plaza of Heroes and passing the turn. Sam untaps, upkeep, draws. Everyone else is repping natural 20 except for Sam right now. Sam's from out of town. If you remember, he was in Shamrock Showdown. He was in the stream room before. So he's back in trying to go for a little bit of a redemption in Vegas. 2 mana. No land drop. Sylvan Scrying. Sylvan Scrying. Yep, so it looks like we are playing semi-blue here. Snap, of course, being the only real interaction that semi-blue has. And Sylvan Scrying going and grabbing the critical card of semi-blue, which is Gaia's Cradle. This is going to be a big creature matters. Haven't seen a semi-blue in quite some time. Was the big Timmy deck, big boogeyman a while ago here. We've had a bunch of people, someone like Kicked Up Casey, as well as Peter the Maestro, be on semi-blue for quite some time. Got a Candelabra we're going to be placing on down. Candelabra of Thanos. Candelabra of Thanos. Here's a 1 mana artifact for X tap, untap X target lands. This makes Gaia's Cradle tap for a lot amount of mana. A lot amount of green mana. Good guy Joe's. Looks like we are... Right now we're gonna see what we're gonna do here. Yep, everyone recognizes Ghost of Tsushima giving double strike to Sarah Ascendant. 12 damage and 12 life gain is really good. Good guy Joe. We're just doing a Sensei's Divine Top on the end step. Alright, going to turn, untap, upkeep, draw a card. Oh, we're going to be playing our land. Morphic Pool here, comes in untap. Alright, putting Jin. Yep, we are going to cast Jin Sakai. We have 1 colorless. There we go, he did draw. Joe's going to take 2 off of the Ancient Tomb. Everything's all good. As Sarah's Ascendant probably going to be gone this turn, most likely. Feel like no one really wants to take 12. No one wants to give 12 life to Joe. Whenever creature you control attacks alone. Moving to combat. Sarah's Ascendant. We've been kind of spreading the love between Rob and Curran. Maybe giving some licks to Sam here might be good. We're going to use the floating mana real quick for Sensei's Vine type before moving to combat here, just in case. In case we want something on top and we need an emergency counterspell. Alright. Yep, we're going to get Sam here. 12 damage. Oh my word. Ancient Tomb has never looked so tappable. And at this point, if he gets enough life, he might just... I wonder if Good Guy Joe, this is like an ad nause Jinsekai. You can just start flipping off of the top here and using the holy amount of life gain from that Sarah Ascended turn 1. Alright. Curran, the villain, plays out a Gaia's Cradle himself and gets Choco, Seeker of Paradise. Choco, Seeker of Paradise is a 4-mana, 3/5. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of the library, put one in your hand, all the lands onto the battlefield, and then rest into your graveyard. Landfall, whenever land enters, Choco gets -1/+0 until end of turn. Rob is going to tap out Joyra and put out a Great Furnace. We are ramping here. And we drew a card from Fiery Islet here as well. We are desperate, absolutely desperate for mana, or for card draw. We're going to put a Scalding Tarn and pass the turn. All right. That is going to probably most likely grab up a Thundering Towers, I believe it is. It is the Thundering Falls, the Surveil land of Izzet of blue-red. And then Sam's going to go to turn. And we have Gaia's Cradle and the Candelabra of Thanos. Not really useful at the moment with only one creature out on the board. They've kind of shot Sam in the foot here with that Toxic Deluge. Sam's really thinking right now. Semi-blue, the deck is all about getting these big old creatures, these big old 2-for-1s, right? Cascading him with stuff like Maelstrom Wanderer or Apex Devastator, or stuff along the lines of cheating them out in some way with big spells. We're going to play a Talon Gates first here. We're going to phase out. I'm going to phase out Joyra here. Alright, Joyra in response is going to activate it. We're going to put 2 Ingenuity counters onto it and just get a Seat of the Sidon. We are just ramping here. That is all. And we'll also fetch in response here. Get a tapped here, Thundering Falls, Surveil land. Just a Steam Vents. And there's Joyra phased out for the time being. We're just going to put it off screen for a second. Who knew Izzet could ramp like that, huh? But like I was saying, this Teamer semi-blue funny stuff here, the reason why it's called semi-blue is because there's no blue interaction other than Snap, but we use Snap for untapping lands. We're going to do a Summoner's Pact. So, 0 drop, search for a creature. Search for a green creature, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Beginning of your end step, beginning of your next upkeep, pay 4. If you don't, you lose the game. So right now, we're just going to try to grab a creature immediately to put out, hopefully. We do have to be careful, though, because if there was another board wipe that would happen, unfortunately, Sam would not be able to pay for it because of Gaia's Cradle. Only tapping if there's... Only being able to make mana if there are creatures out. So if Good Guy Joe can get back Toxic Deluge in some way, then Sam's not going to be able to pay for Pact. And that would be one whole player off the board. And of course, right now he's going to be searching again for that like 2-for-1 type creature here. Some way to get a whole lot of creatures in search. Maybe a Radagast the Brown could be something. Whenever a creature enters, if it does not share a creature type with something, then you look at the top X cards, where X is its toughness, and then put one creature into your hand. So it looks like we get Enduring Vitality instead, so we can make some mana here. Once again, it's going to be very dangerous for him if we get rid of both of these creatures within the next turn cycle. Take one off of the City of Brass. There it is, the Enduring Vitality. So we're just trying to get up mana right now. He probably has a good amount of cool creatures he wants to try to get out. There we are. There's the Enduring. Vigilance. Tap. Creatures you control have tapped, add 1 mana of any color. And then if it dies, return it to the battlefield as an enchantment, non-creature enchantment, specifically. Alright, we're going to cast out Thrasios. Joe's going to go to turn here. Looks like we're hitting... Sounds like Joe might be grabbing up a Time Twister or a Windfall. As he's counting out how many cards people have in hand. Sam has Summoner's Pact he still has to pay for. Move into combat. We're going to attack Kern with our Sarah. And then we're going to attack Rob with Jin. We're going to give them both double strike here. So Jin's going to draw up 2 cards. So Jin, Sakai, I believe if we kind of went over a little bit of it. 4 mana, 2/4. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Whenever a creature you control attacks a player, if no other creature is attacking that player, choose one. Standoff, give it double strike, or Ghost, can't be blocked. So either guarantee your combat damage trigger or double up your combat damage trigger. So we're going to draw 2 cards here on damage. Just taking a look through his deck here. Through his hand, thinking might be got to get a reset. Rob just got a drink from our bar. Rob got delivered to him by the judge himself a drink from our bar, Natural 21 Game Lounge. Come check it out. Corner of East Sunset and Green Valley. So check us out. Back on over. 66 life from Joe. Oh my word. He needs to pay 1 life and then it's funny number. Or no wait, no. He needs to gain 1 more life and it's funny number. Very sad gemstone here. Gemstone Caverns. No luck counter on it, unfortunately. Alright, tapping our Ancient Tomb, getting 1 floating. A Thief of Sanity! Oh. Thief of Sanity! 3 mana, 2/2 with flying. When it deals combat damage to a player, look at the top 3 cards of that player's library. Exile 1 of them face down, put the rest in their graveyard. You may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled, and you can use mana as any color. So, this is going to be stealing essentially 2 cards from the top 6 cards of target player's library when it deals damage. It already has some evasion to it, so it's most likely going to get double strike all the time. Pretty darn good. Passing the turn here. Turn goes to turn. Gotta be careful. Thief of Sanity is probably going to be coming after your cards. Choco is going to come on in at Rob. Trigger, we're going to take a look. Top 1 and put it in our hand. It's not a land. Rob takes 3. We're going to play a fetch here. And grabbing up a trop. Current, of course, is trying to mainly look for, hopefully, his Secret Commander Derevi. It's going to be a lot of Derevi looping as well, especially while we already have our Gaia's Cradle out. So Derevi is going to come on down, untap the Gaia's Cradle, and then we're going to go and grab a meal, and then blink our Derevi, untap Gaia's Cradle, retap it again, blink Derevi, untap Gaia's Cradle, go infinite like that. That's the main combo that he's trying to go for, and he's searching for. Choco just digs him through his deck a little bit easier. As well as there's a lot of interestingly like coincidental support in Choco, because there is surprisingly a lot of birds in competitive play. Birds of Paradise, Ledger Shredder, surprisingly as well. We're gonna put a Drake. Kill the Drake. What do you want to grab? We're going to actually take the Vitality. Okay, Enduring Vitality. And, yep, we pass it around. So that's going to be a little less mana on Sam's field. Pass it on over to Rob after that. Maybe Rob can get rid of this board state. See a overloaded Cyclonic Rift. We're gonna make Joyer red and untap her and draw a card. trying to draw here. Hey, there we are. City of Brass. Finally got some lands. Keeping on the ramp. And passing the turn. Rob's keeping up a lot of interaction. Sam goes to turn. Got our summoners packed here. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is paid for. Let me draw a card. Alright, Dryad Arbor. 1/1 Creature Forest. And just passing the turn. Well, yep, we're down pretty much all the mana that we wanted to try to get. So might as well re-establish some more land, some more mana. Good guy Joe. On tap. Keep. Draw for turn. Yes, Joe. There we go. Draw a card. All right. Vern's just trying to control here. Rob is just trying to feel... I feel like Rob right now is just trying to draw into something that is impactful in this game. At the moment, he has kept up a lot of mana, as well as Joyride as well. So he could have something impactful in hand. He just wants to do it instant speed. That's kind of what Joyride would rather do, especially piloted by Rob. Not really a main phase, I'm going to win the game right now type of player. He's very much, I'm going to win on your turn, like even if it kills me. Then Curran right now is just digging for Derevi. Joe's sitting pretty. Very solid board state on his end. Thief of Sanity is going to be coming in the air. Probably most likely at Rob. Yep, we're moved to combat here. Of course, there's a Gilded Drake over on Sam's side of the board, which we can't fly over. So between everyone, it's most likely we're going to be taking you between Kern and Rob. I think most likely Rob. Sarah Ascendant's going to come over at Sam. Thief of Sanity's coming at Curran, yep. And then Ghost of Tsushima is coming at Rob on the ground. Giving double strike, of course. Joyra is only a 2/2. So, doesn't matter too much. It's just going to unlocking. We're going to activate Library. We're going to tap it, or Candelabra. So we're going to activate Thrasios, Scry 1. And it's an Emerald Charm. Oh. Emerald Charm here is a 1 mana, untap target permanent, destroy target non or enchantment, or target creature loses flying until end of turn. So this is before blockers here. So looks like Sam might be grabbing up the Enduring Vitality. If he destroys the Enduring Vitality, it returns to his field as an enchantment. You can also untap our Gaia's Cradle here. Yep, it looks like the Emerald Charm is going to be destroying the Enduring Vitality. So right now, it looks like Sam and Rob are trying to just slow down Curran is the main thing. Trying to get the ire of Joe away from them and mainly onto Curran, as Curran is just getting stuff. A mental misstep onto the Emerald Charm. No Emerald Charm. No Enduring Vitality for Sam. No blocks are declared. Sam's going to take the 12. And then, of course, Thief of Sanity. Look at top 3. Exile 1 face down. Currently reading how Thief of Sanity works. We're going to take a card, turn it back. We're going to draw as well. Normal strike, we're going to activate top here, take a look at the top 3 for Jinsakai to draw us a better card, hopefully. Second trigger on Thief of Sanity. Kern's going to grab up the 3 cards. Or draw the card for a second trigger from Jinsakai. Thief of Sanity. Alright, Joe grabs up. Have we stolen Derevi? All right, Joe's second main phase. Finally, we're going to be looking at what we stole. Smothering Tithe. Taking a Smothering Tithe from Curran, the villain here. Whenever an opponent draws a card, that player may pay 2 mana. If that player doesn't, create a treasure token. We still have our other card here that we stole from Thief of Sanity. Still don't know what that is. It's probably some sort of interaction, maybe. We haven't cast it out yet, or just something to stop Curran from winning. That's kind of what Thief of Sanity mainly tries to do, is stop you from winning, or maybe get something to advance my board state. Kind of depends on what's going on in the moment, and at the moment, I think Joe might have grabbed something that stops Curran from winning. Smothering Tithe, of course, is just a good hit off of the top. Are we paying 2 for our draw? We look like we are. Also got that Enduring Vitality, so we do have a good amount of mana on our turn current. 8 mana? Not bad. Play out a Dryad Arbor. 4. And then a Noble Hierarch with 3 mana floating. Then we're going to play a Metamorph, paying 2 life. What are we stealing? What are we being? It's going to be a Gilded Drake. We're going to steal something. We're going to take the Thief of Sanity from Good Guy Joe. Exchange has been made. Kern has to have that Dryad Arbor in the on the front side with his Screech. Can't have it with his lands. So if he goes to end step with that still there, then I'll have to go over there and change it on up. We're going to swing with Enduring Vitality and Choco. Got a bird. Playing a land on the battlefield tapped. Rob takes 8. We're just beaten. And fixed. There we are. Gotta keep our land creatures with our creatures, not our lands. They are creature first and foremost. Phyrexian Metamorph. It's gonna be a Thrasios we're gonna be stealing. Okay. 4 mana. Take a look. Top. And we're going to put a 1,000-year elixir onto our hand. It's pretty nice, not bad. Gotta love untapping. Trigger, pay 2. We will pay the 2 here and go to our turn. That was on the end step. That's why we keep Joyra untapped through turns here. And passing. Oh, nope. Okay, making a treasure. All right, Rob, did we draw into the nuts? For 1, 2, 3. An Imperial Recruiter. Imperial Recruiter, we're going to be searching on up for a creature with power 2 or less and revealing it, putting it in our hand. Putting out potential ones. Maybe we want to grab something else. Probably generally know what we want at this moment. Especially when we have our 1,000-year elixir in our hand. Probably grab up something that might be able to tap instantly. Maybe a Goblin Welder? Goblin Welder could be quite spicy. If we have something like the Sewer Valence Cam. Sewer Valence Cam, Mox, some type of Moxin. Just grab a Treasure Mage. Yep. Treasure Mage is a 3 mana. Grab something with mana value 6 or higher. Alright, we're going to cast it on out here. Anyone got any way of stopping? Most likely grabbing up, because it's a Thrasios that we have on the field, probably grab him up since it's a mana dump. kind of the danger that comes with Thrasios on the field is because there's a lot of clones in these formats here. Fimage, Phyrexian Metamorph, Spark Double. Trying to think of some clones at the moment. Barrage Mirror. If we have a way of getting Thrasios, everyone has a good old mana dump for their infinite mana. It's kind of like the big thing about infinite mana combos is you have to have that third piece to win. That third piece to dump. Usually that third piece is in the command zone, for example, with Thrasios, or with, let's take a look, infinite mana dump, infinite mana dump. Oh, okay, we're grabbing up a Coveted Jewel. Coveted Jewel. Enters the battlefield, draw 3 cards, tap it to add 3 mana, and then whenever one or more creatures that opponent controls attacks you and isn't blocked, that player draws 3 cards and gains control of the artifact. Untap it. Kitten is another infinite mana dump outlet in the command zone. That's why it's really good. As well as an infinite mana enabler. That's why it's extremely good. So, we activated our Johoira, drawing 3 cards, netting 3 mana as well. We're going to play a land for turn. Three mana from Coveted Jewel. Kind of want a untapping ability at the moment. Something like probably going to be putting out a 1,000-year elixir right now with the jewel. Alright, we aren't going to do anything with the jewel right now. We'll just pass the turn. Sam goes to turn. On tap, upkeep, draw. We need something, Sam. Some big old dumb creature to place onto the board, hopefully. That's the goal right now. Is to try to get started. You need that big engine to hit the field. The 1-card engine. Pay 2 for the Smothering Tithe. Flashing over. Is that Legolas's? The Legolas's quick reflexes, I think, that he flashed. Very interesting. It's a 1-mana instant with Split Second. So as long as it's on the stack, players can't cast spells or activate abilities that are mana abilities. Untap target creature until end of turn. It gains hexproof, reach, and whenever this creature becomes tapped, deal damage equal to its power to up to 1 target creature. So, sort of like untapping, protection, and removal, potentially. Sam might want to try to pop off here, but unfortunately, between all of... Oh, Rob, I see flash in hand, force of will. No matter what happens, someone tries to go for, Rob has at least an answer. Right now, Sam counting it up. We got good amount. 3 coming over at Rob. 3 mana. We are going to flash out something. Otawara. The Gilded Drake. Or no, Otawara. Our coveted jewel. Interesting. So coveted jewel does not go to Sam. 3 damage on Rob. So it's going to be a toss-up, actually, between who dies from Joe, between Rob and Sam. It's a race to the bottom for those two. Well, Curran just has to survive 1 turn cycle. 4 green from Gaia's Cradle. Untap with Thanos. We're going to activate Thrasios with the green. We're going to get a Breeze Caller. Yep, there it is. There's the combo piece. 3 mana, return a land you control to its owner's hand. Untap target land. There we are. 2 mana. Tandle for 2. Targeting Cradle and Trop. In response, Joe has something. A Silence on Sam's turn. No Breeze Caller here. We're going to phase out every creature here with the Breeze Caller. Interesting. Breeze Caller would be 5 here. Ooh, flashing the whole land. Rob is not going to interrespond. Sam is pleading for Rob to hopefully try to save him from the silence. And I think with that, I honestly, I think Sam might have accidentally, because he revealed that Breeze Caller, because he kind of telegraphed that he was going to cast it by untapping Candelabra of Thanos, I think Joe might be coming in at Sarah, because that is the last thing in Joe's mind right now, was his guy tried to win. Pact of Negation in response. He's going to try to protect it himself. He's going to go for it. Everyone's good with that. Pact. Candelabra activation. We're going to untap. So, silence is countered. There's the Breeze Caller. Once again, here you are. 2 mana, 1/1 flying. Return a land you control to its own hand. Untap target land. We're going to bounce the Talon Gates to untap Cradle. Tap the Cradle. Go up to 6. Green mana. Going down to 2. Put Talon Gates to play. This is kind of a net neutral right now. He's going to phase out a bunch of creatures. Phase out the Phyrexian Metamorph, which is a copy of Gilded Drake right now. So. Bounce it, untap Cradle. Always leave a green floating here. We're going to end with the Cradle untapped here. And the Talon Gates in hand. We're just going to phase out every creature here. Just move Enjoyer to the side. Everything's phased out. Passing the turn. Going into Joe's upkeep. But on the end step here, we're going to Sensei's Divining Top. Pretty darn good Thrasios top deck there. Ern has the number 2. We have our table number, or our seat numbers on these like little cards here. Karen just showing he's number 2. Yep, Sam tried to go to turn here. Essentially, what Sam's going to do is continuously have every single creature be phased out indefinitely. As every upkeep, he's just going to activate Talon Gates. So, every creature is phased out. It's not infinite mana here. Untapping our lands. Here we are. 2 mana, Grand Abolisher. Grand Abolisher, we're going to be able to not activate abilities of artifact creatures or enchantments during our turn. So that's going to stop Breeze Caller in Joe's turn. Except Rob is going to stop it with the Force of Will. As we'd rather not have Joe win here. Rob's got to play to his outs the best he can, being extending this everything gets phased out ability. Passing on Force of Will. Joe might have a way of responding here. In order to save him, he has 8 mana available to him and a top as well. We will force in response. Response occur and Rob. Alright, yep. That is unfortunately going to stop Rob in his tracks. Joe gets a Grand Abolisher out. It's going to stop the activation of Oboro Breeze Caller. It's not going to stop the activation of Talon Gates, though. Talon Gates will still be able to be activated as it is not a artifact creature or enchantment, so we're good to at least put it onto the field and continue with the loop a little bit as we phase Grand Abolisher back out. Why you end it with the Talon Gates in your hand rather than it on the field with the Oboro Breeze Caller. We're going to then time manipulation. Or temporal manipulation. Take an extra turn. Now we got an extra turn ability. No matter what, so yeah, this is no matter what, because the first thing you always get is Grand Abolisher, phase it out on ETB of Talon Gates, and then return it with Boro. Then you can phase out all the other creatures that Joe has. So temporal manipulation, Tipman. Looks like that is good. We can take an extra turn. Going to be able to give us a chance to respond. Hopefully in our upkeep, Joe might have something to counteract all of this. Maybe it's just to take an extra turn, draw a card, draw another card, and play another land. Get some more interaction. Go down to 1. We're going to cast out a Necropotence. Yep, this is Esper stuff, for sure. Skip a draw step. Whenever you discard a card, exile it from your graveyard, and then pay 1, exile the top card, put it into your hand to begin the next end step. Everyone passes on the Necropotence. How much we paying into it, Joe? Are we just going for it? There we go, 5. Pay 5 here, just get the top 5 cards. We're doing it just a little bit. Yeah, we're just really using Necropotence, or using it as a way of just drawing some cards here, huh? I will say, with Sensei's Top and Necropotence, it's a little bit of a nombo. Alright, Joe untaps. Now Sensei's Top is kind of useless. You could just pay 3 life and just get those 3 cards anyways. We're gonna upkeep, play 4 Talon Gates, put it onto the field. Getting rid of Grand Abolisher first. Grand Abolisher is phased out. 1 floating, we're gonna reiterate the loop and get rid of everything else. Yep, there goes everything else. It's back to Joe's turn, but we have interaction available to us here. On Sam, Rob, and Curran. All really low in health right now. So Sam just top decking that board. Breeze Caller did both save him and everyone else, as he's able to get rid of everything. I'm surprised Sam doesn't keep the Grand or the Sarah's Ascendant on the field, just in case Joe just goes and swings out with someone else. Though we would be swinging probably at Sam here. Playing out a land. Tap 2. Wishclaw Talisman. Two mana tutor. When it enters with 3 wish counters, 1 tap, remove a counter. Search your library for a card, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Pay 1, and we're going to give it to Curran here. And Joe's going to start searching. Probably grabbing up a way to deal with this Abora Breeze Caller issue. $20 minutes left on the clock. Grab our card. Joe's probably looking to win here right now, as this is his prime window. As if he does pass turn, Kern has the ability to search. Guy's Cradle out. Vitality. Get to Revi, win the game. 3 mana. We're the damn. Overloaded, damn. So, 2 mana destroy target creature. A creature destroyed so it can't be regenerated. Overloaded for 2 white and 2. And then we can essentially Damnation or Wrath of God the whole board. Joe is essentially give him the ability. Sam has to phase out his own creature. All right. Joe just got confused because Kern kept his board state upright as he were. All right, so we're just gonna. All right, so Joe, because of the misinformation. We're gonna flip over some creatures here. Thief of Sanity as well. There we are. Curious on how people turn. Let's see. Trying to figure out how exactly to represent it. So we're going to be searching up for another card here. Yeah, most of the way is by flipping it over, similar to like transform or morphed or face down or anything like that. Or something on top of it, some type of whiteboard thing. Alright, Joe has to pivot here a little bit. We're going to play out a Loth, though, instead. Trying to get some incremental value from our opponents. Passing turn. We're going to path the Breeze Crawler. Alright, Sam, we're getting rid of Breeze Caller. We got some backup for it. Only the Coveted and 1,000-year elixir. Unfortunately, the 3 cards face down or phased out. Very important. And instead, moving into cleanup, we pass here. So, unfortunately, Nick Buns is out of here. No activation on Necropunch in the turn. Just trying to see how Rob's right now. Just trying to see how he can interact here. What Kern's going to be trying to do. Obviously, the board Rouge Collar giving him all of his creatures back and then some. Alright, Rob. Yeah, Rob unfortunately has to pass priority on this. Ram is the only one that is able to stop this if he can. Unfortunately, Joe has honestly did kind of fumble there a little bit as he does have the life to pay into Necrobones. Chose not to, or forgot by accident. It was a blunder. It happens to the best of us. Yep, Kern's threatening win here. Alright. Taps for 5. Activate Breeze Caller, untap Cradle. Go up to 8. We're going to activate Thrasios here. Heck, we have to pay for it as well. Very unfortunate indeed as... Oh. Chrome Mox. Sam might be able to pay for the pact here if he is... Nope. Sam is no longer able to pay for pact now. As he has no blue available. Except for maybe Talon Gates. He'll be able to get 1 blue, but he needs 2 in order to pay for pact. He has no Enduring Vitality. Quick Reflexes, giving it Hexproof. Then we pass on Path to Exile. Unfortunately, it fizzles. Phase out Lotho here with the Talon Gates, as we tapped it for with Guy's Cradle. For 1 floating, untap Cradle. I'm passing the turn. Sam. Sam, you are not. Alright. Curran. This is now his chance to win here. He'll draw for turn. No Great Abolisher effect here. Curran pays for the Smothering Tithe. Alright, Curran, main phase 1. We have yet to phase out his creatures here. We're going to enter combat here first. Coming all at Rob. Trigger on Choco. We're going to take a look at the top. We shall put it in our hand. Land, put it on the battlefield. Neither, put it into the grave. Take the damage. We're going to take the 3, go down to 4. Take 5 total, go down to 4. 3 from Choco, 2 from Thief of Sanity. 7 minutes left, 7.5 minutes left on the timer. Other 2 go into the grave here. By the way, we're pretty much denying 3 cards from Rob. Such a good card. Definitely underrated. Definitely does need the right deck to be played in, like Jin Sakai. Ern's going to fetch here. Still have our Wishclaw Talisman available to us. Still probably going to be using it to get Derevi and or our other piece if we already have it. Joe still has holding and clutching the stolen Curran card here. Bob Kudlin at instant speed in response to the Sabora Breeze Caller. It's going to be a bit harder for him at the moment. Lots of heroes we're just reading. Lots of Heroes, if anyone doesn't know, is 3 mana, tap, exile this land. Target legendary creature gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. As well as tap to add 1 mana of any color among legendary permanents you control. Tap to add 1 mana of any color. Spend only to cast legendary spells, and then tap to add a colorless. So it's multiple ways of having a rainbow land, essentially, as well as protection for Joyra if need be. Play out a Savannah. Fetched it on up. Activate Wishclaw. So we're going to activate Talon Gates here. I'm going to phase out Enduring Vitality first. One blue and 6 green. Get on our representation. 1 blue and 6 green. We also have our other 3 creatures available to us. Four mana from that Bloom Tender here, because we do have a lot of colors. Luckily, the other creatures are already dorked, so we don't need Enduring Vitality. Everything is phased out now. Eight green, 2 blue, and 1 black. There you go. Mana is now accurately depicted via dice. Colors, 2 white, 2 blue, 8 green, and 1 black. Now we're going to Wishclaw here. Searching up for a win con. Now, has to be a little careful with how he times it, though. Casting Expropriate. Yep, there it is. Expropriate. Expropriate is a 9-mana sorcery, Council's Dilemma. Starting with you, each player votes for time or money. For each time vote, take an extra turn. For each money vote, choose a permanent owned by the voter, gain control of it. Then exile Appropriate. So this is going to be a way of removing Oboro, Breezecaller, Curran. Obviously, going to be choosing money. It's going to be taking control of the Oboro, Breezecaller. Or Guy's Cradle. Most likely Oboro, Breezecaller. Alright, everyone else either chooses to steal something. We are flashing, taking a look at, we have something that Joe needs to help. Rob passes. Expropriate. Ooh, Sam thinks he's just going to be grabbing up 4 extra turns. Got to choose a permanent owned by the voter. Gain control of it. So Sam has to take an extra turn here. Rob might be getting him something, just giving him a permanent. It just has a whole bunch of lands. So, passing on Expropriate. Choosing time for Curran. Money for Rob. Sam's going to choose time. We are in turns now here. Then Joe choose time. Take an extra turn, but unfortunately it's in turns. We're going to just take the plaza, and then it ends in a draw. Then just reveal Adraneth. And it is a draw, unfortunately. Looks like Force Gears Guardianship was stolen from Rob here. That is unfortunate as it ends in a draw. Unfortunately, just took too long as no one had the nuts. No one had any of their pieces, and the tutors just didn't come. The card draw didn't come too well in this game. By the time it did, it was a little too late. So we will be right back for round 2. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Alrighty, everyone, welcome on up to round 2 of Thursday Night CEDH. Weird visual bug that we have going on. Try to fix it up here between rounds. But in the meantime, welcome on back, welcome on back. As you guys can see, we got some classics. Got Mr. LV on Rog Sai. Neil the OG on Ratadrabic, Brian H on Kitten, Bonder Prodigy, and Mike D. Not our Mike, but a Mike on Anala Archmage Ritualist. 2 Grixis decks facing up against each other. Pretty fun. Mike's keeping up a 7. Same with Brian. Same with Neil. And then same with Mr. LV. Good luck to our players as we started on out. Man, I like it when Pokemon does like the flip and fist bump. I think that one that would be cool. Just doing the flip and fist bump. Alright, we've got a Wooded Foothills playing as our land for turn, fetching for a Mox Diamond, putting in Badlands, and we also have a Gemstone, pitching a Gemstone Caverns. Don't need it. And we're going to cast an Arcane Signet with both of them, passing the turn after that. No, Roger? Do you want to put out Roger yet? We're just going to pass the turn. LDOG is going to go. Draw for turn. Ratadrabic of Urborg. Orzhov Legendaries. Orzhov the Ring tempts you. Very interesting deck indeed. It's all about having Ratadrabic out, a sack outlet, and something where it ETBs or when it dies, the ring tempts you. So, you can make the creature token that Ratadrabic makes it back into a legendary so you can sack it again and doing all that fun stuff. We got a Demonic Tutor coming on down. We're searching for a card. Putting it into our hand. Also starting up predictions here now that you know what's being played. Rogsai in seat 1. It's very fast deck indeed. So going 1 only just makes it feel a little faster. It's higher chance here. Now he's able to try to get it. In the meantime, Brian on turn 3 on Kinnan, Bonder Prodigy. Like I was saying earlier, it's that mana dump in the command zone. On top of being a good supplement for our dorks and rocks that we play to get to the point of mana dump. So pretty darn good. Then lastly, Mike D is on Anala. Very similar to Rogsai, but it has a little bit of a funny, a lot of funny different cards. Wizard type deck, Wizard Kindred. Trying to play out as many wizards, copying them, and then having a fun little combo. It's a Spellslinger deck as well. Very turbo, trying to get to a certain amount of mana. A lot of tutors, a lot of shuffling. A Vexing Bobble comes onto the field. Vexing Bob. 1 mana artifact whenever a player casts a spell. If no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell. 1 tap, sack it to draw a card. It's going to stop Mike here. There's a lot of free magic in Mike's deck. We're going to play a Talisman of Dominance and pass the turn. So it's going to be slowing Mike down a lot. Especially going in 4th seat. It's kind of harsh. Mr. LV is playing out a second land here. Polluted Delta. Going to be able to fetch. Three mana Silas. You never like to see that. Silas, unfortunately, something's gone wrong. Is whenever Silas, Seeker Adept deals combat damage to a player, choose target artifact card in your graveyard. You may cast that card this turn. But this is not... We don't really play Silas for the sake of... we don't really play Silas for this purpose of putting it out onto the field. We play Silas for its colors. So something obviously has gone super wrong. Brian plays out a land. Freezes out Silas, the only creature on the field. And we're playing out a Arcane Signet. And then a Birds of Paradise. We're going to get a Raucous Theater. Enters tapped here. We're going to Surveil. We also put Ruthless Technomancer into the yard. This is one of the main combo pieces within Anala. ETB, sacrifice a creature, make treasures equal to its power, and then 3 mana, sacrifice X artifacts to return something with X power or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Mr. LV is going to Surveil as well on the end step of Mike's turn. So Surveilled, and then we're going to go to turn here. On tap, upkeep, draw. Play out our Mana Confluence land for turn. We have 5 mana available to us. That's Adnaw's mana right there, baby. Passing the turn. Probably doing it on an end step. Or are we going to be doing a main phase Adnaw's with only 5 mana available to us? Is now the time Mr. LV goes off and pops off? You're going to win at this moment? Three mana, a Jessica's Will, targeting Mike. No response. Brian might have one. Jessica's Will, choose one. If you control a commander, you can. As you cast a spell, you can choose both. We do, so we're gonna flip the top 3. Rhystic Study, Imperial Seal, and Mox Opal. That is a disgusting top 3 cards. Absolutely gross, in fact. We're able to pretty much cast all of these cards here. That's pretty darn spicy. Anyone got a Mindbreak Trap? I think right now, you should probably cast the Rhystic Study. Try to beat the Mindbreak Trap best you can. Does he win off of this is the question. Can he still do Adnaw's with a couple mana available? Does he want to do an Adnaw's with this mana? The moment Brian's tapped out, Mike only has a blue available to him, and Neil the OG is not playing blue. Neil the OG's calling him out, saying if he goes all out, he'll fail, and then the Anala player is going to win. Underworld Breach. All right, I mean, that's the game here, y'all. This is just head on out. You know, no more need. At the moment, it's pretty much just. I mean, we recast Jessica's will here, go up mana, and proceed to do something. All right, we're gonna cast the Mox Opal first. It gets countered because of Vexing Bauble, unfortunately, or fortunately for Mr. LV. Can we put into the yard? Use as fodder for Underworld Breach. They'll have 6 mana available to us and an Imperial Seal. Good Imperial Seal, and then Jessica's Will here. Guarantee we get the top couple of cards. We're going to cast Jessica's Will. Or we're going to cast Imperial Seal. No, we're going to cast Jessica's Will. All passes. In response, though, Neil has something. A Path to Exile Silas. Neil the OG still understands that both modes will still resolve here. But that does mean there's no loop in the top 3. Path to Exile does exile Silas, so yep, there we are. Path to Exile is a May. So we're just not gonna, we're not gonna do it. We're just gonna rip the top 3. Adnaz. A land and a land. And we're back up. Alright, we're back. We're back, y'all. We got Adnaz. We're good. We got 2 black mana with Arcane Signet and Mox Diamond. Let's pop off, King. Let us pop off, King. Probably Imperial Seal first. Or no, we can't even Imperial Seal. Compared to an Adnaz, this Breach is kind of... Alright. He has 37 life. Only 3 life off. This is perfect Adnaz life as well. Yep. We're going to tap out for Adnaz. Oop. We have something else in hand, though. Is that a Demonic Consultation? There we go. And Adnaz. Adnaz we go. Let us move to the hot seat. That's a very bright Adnaz there. Let's start flipping as we got Scalding Tarn, Marsh Flats, Bolus's Citadels. We take, 6. You know what? Get it out of the way. Get it out of the way. Paradise Mantle, Rite of Flame. Mystic Remora, Gamble. Blusterstorm. Praetor's Grasp. Demonic Tutor. Ancient Tomb. An offer you can't refuse. Lindul's Vault. I'm not seeing too much. Let's say Meyer, Otawara, Phyrexian. Tower. Final Fortune. Flashback. Bergie. Flare of Duplication. Cabal Ritual. Verdant Catacombs. Force of Will. Still has 4 mana floating. Still got a couple here. Got 4 red mana up. We can Rite of Flame to get a little bit more. We can also still Jessica's Will here. We still haven't cast Roger. Paradise Mantle, it gets countered. Storm Count. Here we are, 6. So we're going to go to 5 here with Rite of Flame. All right, Storm Count's 7. All right, we're going to then gamble. Go down to 4 and hit gamble. Try to search for, hopefully, some type of free magic. Probably a way to just pop off here. An answer for Vexing Bauble could also help. Found our card. Interesting that Rockside still plays Bolus's Citadel. We're gonna gamble. And we get a Final Fortune out the way. Ooh, that's pretty funny. So he has to win on this turn. He can still cast it, but he has to pretty much win on this turn. It's gonna be a little harder. 1, we're gonna flash back. We're gonna flash back Final Fortune and use it for 2. We're gonna flash it. Take an extra turn. There we go. Final Fortune's exile. We have 1 red. Discard. He has to win this turn. Takes an extra turn. So he has to discard down to hand size first. Probably going to keep a Demonic Tutor here. Those do go to yard. There we go. Yeah, discard the Force of Will is very interesting. No backup. Needs all of those cards. So now it is the second turn. He's going to play out his land. 2 mana, Thoracle, 1 mana, Demonic Consultation. Did anyone keep anything? Vexing Bauble. GG's. Yep, there it is. Mr. LV gets it. Going first with Rockside. That is what you do as you just turbo it out. You just go for it. He had the, even Mike D even flashes out the Unmarked Grave and Animate Dead to do his Necromancy, his Technomancer combo. It was just turn too late as that was pretty spicy. Jessica's Will just absolutely ripping off the top. Some spicy cards, some ways of filling up the graveyard. So we will be right back. Remember to guys, check out our website, natural20gaming.com for all of your TCG or tabletop needs. Got some D&D, got some board games, Pokemon, Magic. So check it on out. Check out our socials everywhere. Natural20LV, pretty much everywhere. Natural20 Games on Facebook. Check us out as we are always posting up some short form fun stuff, some little skits, or some highlights of the stream. And then lastly, of course, if you guys are looking for some stylish eyewear, but on an affordable price, we got you with Zenni, Z-E-N-N-I, and use code NATURAL20LV at checkout for 10% off of your purchase. Helps out the store, helps out the stream if you guys enjoy some of this competitive content. Thank you guys so much, and we will be right back for round 3 real soon.
to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome on back to round 3 of Thursday Night CEDH. Now, you guys are waiting a nice while for that one, but we are back in it. Thank you guys so much for joining, and also thank you for the patience as we did have technical difficulties between these rounds. Welcome on back, welcome on back. I'm your humble commentator, Sean, and today we have Nathan M on Timnacrom Blue Farm coming on in on seat 1. It's going to be drawing a whole lot of cards, playing a whole lot of spells, countering a whole lot of things, and trying to hopefully get to the point where we can win. Then we got next to him, seat 2. We saw Mike D earlier on seat 4, unable to get off the ground as Mr. LV took the game then. But on Grixis, Anala, Archmage, Ritualist, Wizards, Spellseeker combo, and all trying to get to 4 mana and winning. Then we got Zach the Boss, the big man, the one, the only owner of Natural 20 on Nin Pain Artist. His little pet, funny little pet deck, extra turns, and drawing a lot of cards with Nin, of course, killing off some creatures. Then lastly, we have Brett the Threat on Rog Sai Turbo, seat 4. It's going to be a lot harder for him to go and pop off immediately, especially on seat 4. He's going to be having to wait through a lot of turn cycles. So, we're going to be putting in predictions here. We're going to start up a prediction here. Where is it? Round 3. We got, of course, Nathan M, Mike D, Zach the Boss, and Brett the Threat. There we go. You guys have 10 minutes to start up predictions and put them on in. Good luck as you guys put in your channel points. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, guys, by the way. It helps support us, of course, your lovely LGS here, in order to sort of just make sure that, you know, these streams are competitive scene within both Pokemon, Magic, as well as hopefully D&D soon, is nice and out there. We love all of our competitive players. All right, Mike's went to 7, Zach's gone to 6, and then Brett's gone to 7 as well. Nathan is also taking up a 7. So we shall start the game off. Good luck. Oh, never mind, going down to 6. And we shall start the game. Good luck to our players as Nathan's going to start us off. But Mike's going to put down a Gemstone Caverns as a pregame action. Not yet. Nathan is officially starting us off with drawing a card, playing out a Mana Confluence. A fetch land first, Scalding Tarn, fetching, taking a life, and grabbing up a dual land, putting it onto the battlefield. Of course, this is like the more common high meta deck Blue Farm of right now, at least. Blue Farm is kind of the sort of, I'm just going to accrue value over the course of the game with Rhystic Study, with Timno, with Crom. As you guys are doing game actions, I'm going to benefit off of your game actions and proceed to win the game with that. Something like Smothering Tithe effects with, of course, the Rhystic Study, Mystic Remora, Esper Sentinel, all of that. Speaking of which, Esper Sentinel coming on down turn 1. Very nice, especially when you're going first. Mike D's going to go to turn, playing out a Scalding Tarn. Oh, no, that's a Steam Vents. Never mind. We got our Steam Vents onto the field, tapping it. We're going to be playing a... Yeah, we're going to shock it in. Here we are. Shocking it on in. 2 mana available to us. Probably have some interaction just in case. Do you want to keep on going here, Michael, or do we want to feed that Esper Sentinel? We're going to cast a Gitaxian Probe, specifically on Nathan. Probing Nathan, probing the Blue Farm here. What are we grabbing up from here? I see a lot of lands, not too much. Diabolic Intent, Fierce Guardianship, a Force of Will. Got 2 counterspells and a tutor. Looks like, yep, that is what's going to be happening. We're going to be grabbing it on up. Alright. So, seeing all that counter spells. Yeah, actually, I was going to draw a card. We're going to play a Lotus Petal. And a Mox Opal. And passing the turn. Back to boss, drawing a card. Very explosive start from Mike. Very explosive start. Playing a Mox Opal, Nathan's drawing. Play a Nexus of Fate. Imprinting a Nexus of Fate, sorry. And then we're going to fetch here. Interesting. No Nexus of Fate. It's one of our very consistent extra turn spells, especially that we can always search out for. Of course, it being imprinted, it being exiled, it's not going to shuffle away back into the graveyard or back into the library, so it's just going to stay there. And we play out, of course, Nin. If you guys don't know Nin, the Pain Artist. Let's pull this on up here. Nin the Pain Artist is a 2-mana 1/1 with X blue and a red tap. Nin Pain Artist deals X damage to target creature. That creature's controller draws X cards. So either you could deal some damage and make someone else draw cards, or deal damage to your own creatures and draw some cards yourself. Brett the Threat's going to be putting out Rog with fetching a Bloodstained Mire. We got a Volcanic Island coming on down from Zach here, resolving our fetch. We got a Badlands, tapping it. A Ragavan. Ragavan, of course, the titular Monkey Pirate. 1 red mana, 2/1. Whenever Ragavan deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token and exile the top card of that player's library until end of turn you may cast it. Back over to Nathan. Untap. Here you draw. Mana Confluence. And we pass the turn. A lot of interaction we saw from Nathan's hand. So it's not going to be too proactive over on his things. Very reactive deck in general, inherently almost. Draw a card and pass the turn with Mike, keeping up mana here. No more lands. We play Heuristic Study on our turn for Zach. Comes on down. Do we want to counter it? That is okay. No counters. Passing turn over to Brett. Untap, upkeep, draw. No land. Still only 1. Nope, never mind. We got our Flooded Strand. We can fetch for our another dual land here. And we look around for blockers, and the only one right now is Mike, which do share color identities and a theme of Turbo, so we could try to get something quick. Try to get something that'll actually advance our own strategy. We flip over a Heuristic Study. Oh my word. That is disgusting. Absolutely a rip. We are probably going to be casting it here, grabbing up a treasure and 2 lands. Fetch. Unfortunate for Mike here. There we are. We grabbed up a Underground Sea. Two Heuristic coming down on turn 3 here. Absolutely gross. Or on turn 2, sorry. Play out a Lotus Petal. I'm going to be drawing cards from Heuristic and from Esper Sentinel. And we're going to play a Talisman of Dominance. There we go. Now we have ramped a little bit. And we are going to grab up a funny little Rhystic Study. It is countered. Fierce Guardianship. Fierce Guardianship counters it, unfortunately. No Rhystic Study for Brett. Back over to Nathan, drawing a good amount of cards here in that turn cycle from Zach on his turn, Zach on Brett's turn, and Brett on his turn. Really good. Back over to Nathan M. 3 mana available with an Esper Sentinel on the field. Probably going to be putting out something like Timna in order to get some more card draw up in here. Start swinging on out with Esper Sentinel, most likely against Mike. Mike does not play too many creatures, despite being a tribal or a kindred deck based around wizards creatures. It does not play too many creatures. It plays very little creatures, but all of them do a lot. So something like Ruthless Technomancer or Bloodline Necromancer or Scholar of the Ages, Spellseeker, all these things that have a big effect on ETB. But those are pretty much it. Everything else is very much just supplemental. Of course, the Thoracle. That's about it. Pyroblast. Are we destroying a Rhystic? Two mana Unmarked Grave. Looks like Nathan just discarded a card for turn, or discarded it down for turn. Unmarked Grave is going to entomb something for only non-legendaries. So let us start searching for a non-legendary card and putting it into the grave. And we just grab up a Hoarding Broodlord. Interesting. Hoarding Broodlord in an Anala deck. Very curious. So this is going to be ETB. We're going to tutor for a card, exile it face down, and then shuffle. Then I can cast it for as long as it's exiled, and then casting spells from exile have Convoke. So it's going to be able to probably get out some funny little card. So we're going to reanimate it back and start comboing off as we get Saw in half to Saw in half. Get two other cards to probably a Sacrifice and Peer into the Abyss, maybe. The main idea, main combo with it, of course, there's other ways. Any other AB combo that you have mana for, of course. It's also another thing. Ragavan comes on in. Mike D just reveals a land and passes the turn. Zach only untapped, only drew, and passed. Played a land at least and passed. Back over to Nathan. Turn of 4. We are on. There it is. Morphing Pool. Everyone has been hitting their land drops except for Mike, unfortunately. Staying quite behind. He needs one more artifact for Mox Opal to be online. We're going to be playing out a Smothering Tithe. If only Mike had the colors for that. To get the tokens. To get the artifacts from it. Whenever an opponent draws a card, that player may pay 2. If that player doesn't, you create a treasure token. We're going to pass the turn over to Mike. Upkeep, draw, Nathan Smothering Tithe trigger. We're going to play a Arid Mesa. There you go. Get that. And we pass the turn with Arid Mesa on the field. Probably just grabbing up a Surveil land of some kind. Zach draws a card. Nathan makes a treasure. Play out a Scalding Tarn. Activate Scalding Tarn and fetching. Is that good? We are all good. We're going to grab up a dual land. Steam Vents, most likely. Or maybe even a Thundering Falls. In order to surveil and get through our deck a little quicker. Got a steam vents here, shocked on in. Five mana available to us, and we can try to cast something. Maybe drawing some spells could do us some good. Except we're going to pass a Tezzeret the Seeker. Tezzeret the Seeker is a 5 mana 4 loyalty +1 untapped up to 2 target artifacts. -X, search for an artifact with CMC X or less and put it on the battlefield, then shuffle, and then -5 artifacts you control become artifact creatures with base power and toughness 5/5. Mainly, it's not -X, a good tutor. Any artifact with 4 to 0, pretty darn good. -0 and just ramp here, just +1 and maybe get something a little bit better if it survives the turn cycle. -1. -2. We're going to just do a -1 on it, go down to 3, grab up Moby, a Soul Ring. Yep. Just going to grab a Soul Ring and pass the turn over to Brett. Brett on taps, upkeep, draw. Take a look at that Invention Soul Ring that he's probably going to put down, huh? 1, a 2. We're going to play out. There's the Invention Soul Ring. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. We paid 2 for our Smothering Tithe. We're going to play an Exotic Orchard. We are making sure Nathan stays low on mana. Don't want him going out too quick. We'll be soon seeing a Crom probably here soon, I would assume. Probably hitting down. Funny thing about Nin is that it's very good at dissuading people from casting out Thoracle Demonic Consultation due to it being able to grab funny little cards. I think it's a Dimensional Infiltrator. Dimensional Infiltrator is a 2 mana. Target opponent exiles top card of the library. If it's a land, you may return it to its owner's hand. Flash, flying. It's just a mana dump for infinite mana. Silas Wren comes on down. This is unfortunate. That is pretty much it. Unfortunately, Brett just doesn't have any payout right now in Rogsai. No Adnaz, no Bolus's Citadel, nothing in order to try to win off of all of this. But, right, so he's just going to go for some value plays, get Silas here in order to get all of his colors, or using his commanders, of course, to enable some spells, or more creatures to sacrifice for mana, you know, calling the weak style. Nathan M's going to go to turn as we untap with 6 mana available. We could cast out Crom right now, 5 mana commander with flying whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, draw a card. Especially really good against these decks right here as we are playing very powerful spell slingy turbo, especially Mike's turbo deck, and all less turbo, but combo, and Brett's turbo Silas Rog. 3 mana, we're just going to grab out Tymna. Of course, 3 mana 2/2. At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, you may pay X, where X is the number of opponents that were dealt damage this turn. If you do, draw X cards. First, we draw a card from Heuristic Study on Zach's field. We did pay 2 for the Smothering Tithe. We're going to dash out Ragavan. Trigger on Ristic. Zach's going to draw. We're going to refund a treasure here. Move into combat. Ragavan over at Brett, and we're going to have Sentinel come over at Mike. We're going to block with Silas. We're going to trade. 1 for 1, Rag for Silas. That's pretty alright trade. Pay 1, draw 1 because of Esper Sentinel here. If I'm drawing a good amount of cards here, probably heading to end step to discard down to hand size. Oh, second main first here, though. Pay 2 treasure and cast a Wishclaw Talisman. This is a artifact that tutors here. We're going to be probably waiting on here as we are out of mana. Only use it on our turn, but remove a wish counter, search your library, and then put it in your hand. Then the opponent gains control of Wishclaw Talisman. End step, Mike's going to crack Arid Mesa here, grabbing up most likely a Surveil Land, I would assume, or maybe a Shock, or a Duel. Most likely, I feel like a Surveil Land is probably what he's going for. He needs to start, yep, Raucous Theater. You need to start digging through his deck a little bit quicker and try to hit something big. Spellseeker would be amazing at this moment, or so maybe some type of counter spell that we could draw on our turn in order to protect our line. But we have our wonderful, wonderful Hoarding Broodlord in our yard that we can reanimate here soon. So, Zach's boss is going to tap that or cut that deck. Take a look at the top. We're going to mill it here. Yep, don't need no Misty Rainforest. And we draw for turn. And we pass the turn. We are waiting. We are waiting. We're waiting, biding our time, waiting for someone else to pop off to hopefully try to pop off on top of them, most likely. Judge. We're going to be grabbing up a judge here. Give me 1 second. Well, we'll be right back for a judge call. All right, let's take a listen here on what the judge question is. Smothering Tithe. Oh, Smothering Tithe here. There we go. We missed the Smothering Tithe. All right, back to Zach's turn. Playing out a command tower. -0 on Tezzeret. We're going to search for a 0-drop artifact and put it onto the field. Mox. Oh. Mox Opal. Mox Amber. Great Furnace. We're going to be grabbing up a artifact land. That's actually kind of funny. It's kind of fire. Signed Rob Alexander. Rob Alexander 1 too. It's pretty spicy. That's got a full hand of 7. Right now, everyone's just kind of have guns pointed out. It very feels like they are they have advanced their board state to the point where at any point they can probably try to pop off here. All of them have a similar idea of winning on other people's turn if need be, and probably preferred as someone is going to first try to pop off, then another person is going to win on top of them. Everyone wants to be that second person. No one wants to be the one to pop off immediately. The only way that we'll be able to is if we see most likely Nathan cast something akin to a Grand Abolisher effect, a Silence effect, sacking of Ranger Captain of Eos, or anything else like that. So it's going to take some time for us to actually see some progress going on. Mainly, people are just going to do some incremental board state advancing. For example, this Ragavans coming in, swinging in, grabbing up mana. We saw, of course, Tezzeret the Seeker just grabbing up mana for Zach as we get things ready. Zach loves to make sure he always has his land drop every single turn. Every time I have seen Zach play a game, it has always gone to the point where he has like 5 different... Sorry, not 5. He has like, I would say like 10 different lands on the field. It goes to turn 10 because he is just waiting and biding his time against people who are also waiting and biding their time for their opponent. Especially this Tymna Kraum deck is just trying to accrue that value. We're paying for both Rhystic Study and Esper Sentinel here with this Paradise Mantle coming on down. Alright. Exotic Orchard's going to equip that Paradise Mantle onto Roger. Roger's now able to be a Mana Dork. He's the Birds of Paradise. Why it's called Paradise Mantle. Moving over to Nathan's turn, untapping, upkeeping, and drawing for turn. Take a look. Try to see if we can hit something here. Replaying a land and passing. Playing a land and passing. It's pretty much turn 6 at the moment. Missing a couple land drops here, Nathan. We play out a Lotus Petal. Drawing on Rhystic Study. We're going to activate Wishclaw Talisman. So this is probably going to be the time where Nathan's going to start popping off here. Going to be grabbing up a Grand Abolisher or a Silence or anything else to help win our game in this moment. I think he's trying to weed out a little bit of stuff. Maybe right now he's getting the protection, the ability to start winning. We move it over to Brett. Usually Wishclaw Talisman's always given to the person right before you, as it takes 2 more turn cycles or 2 more turns before it gets to that person to activate Wishclaw. Therefore, you have 2 more draws on the for your opponents to help deal with whatever Wishclaw Talisman win they are trying to go for. There you go for their Thoracle. You have at least a higher likelihood of both. For example, right now, Mike and Zach to be drawing up a counterspell to stop the Thoracle Demonic Consultation win if Brett goes for that. Nathan, it's Thoracle time. All right, time to start casting out some counter magic. We've seen how Nathan has been keeping a lot of counter magic in his hand since turn 1 as well. Turn 1, we have seen a Force of Will and a Fierce Guardianship in hand. Thoracle and a Demonic Consultation. We got Rhystic Studies. And I don't know what Nathan's thinking, because has he read Nin? Zach says, highly recommend to let this resolve. Okay, Demonic Consultation. We're going to name Gaia's Cradle with Demonic Consultation. He's not a green deck, so therefore it's all exiled. Trigger is back onto the stack with Oracle, and we're going to activate Nin. We're going to kill Thassa for X equals 1. And Nin the Pain Artist. He just killed. We're going to deal 1 damage to Thoracle, and Nathan's going to draw a card. And he's gone. Yeah, unfortunately, Nathan forgot to read the board state. Unfortunate. He has forgot that Nin. It says any target. Deal damage to any target creature. And they draw a card. There's Nin showcasing. He had all of the counter spells available, but unfortunately, Zach has only an activated ability. No spells to stop them. And... And Mike is going to then pop off with the Spellseeker. He's going to try to do it himself. And we are going to just counterspell the Spellseeker. Zach has the exact answer for everyone's trying to win in this moment. This is what Zach is specialized in, is sitting back and waiting. He's a chill dude. He's just waiting for something to happen for him to just be like, all right, exhaust all of your stuff. Spellseeker gets countered. Zach goes to turn. Everything is now untapped, and Zach pretty much has free reign. Maybe 3 mana over on Brett's board is a little bit scary, I won't lie. Mike's has only 1 mana available with that Lotus Petal, not the Mox Opal. So, in the moment, let us take a look to, let's see, Soul Ring in a blue. So there we go. 2 colorless and a blue. We're going to plus it, targeting those 2, untapping. And then once again, we're going to activate it using another blue and another 2 colorless. We now have 6 mana floating. We're going to cast a Zealous Conscripts. Are we doing a Kiki G combo? Zealous Conscripts enters. Gain control of target permanent until end of turn. Untap that permanent. It gains haste. ETB trigger. What permanent are we stealing? We're going to steal Command Tower. We're going to float a blue in response to it. We're going to show a Kiki Jiki. This is a combo. Kiki Jiki will make a copy of Zealous Conscript, ETB, untap Kiki Jiki because you can gain control of your own permanent. And then recap it, and we have an infinite hasty creatures. Pass around. Okay, Brett has something. Final Fortune in response. Ristic Study trigger. And activate Kiki Jiki, targeting Zealous Conscripts, make 1, and then untap Kiki Jiki once again. Infinite Zealous Conscripts with haste, and we are going to swing with 1,000 guys at each player. They all get knocked out. That is Zach DeVos getting it in round 3. Absolutely legendary to stop 2 players in their win attempt. Being able to just shut down with enough mana to stop Mike at the same time as he moves over. This is Zach. I said Zach's specialty is to sit back, accrue value, and have the answers, especially in this Nin deck. Very reactive, very able to just go and stop people at any point, or win at any point with a through a very grindy game. Nathan M, I believe, unfortunately, made the blunder of trying to pop off and unfortunately made the blunder of not reading Nin and what it exactly does, as it is the Thoracle Killer. Thank you guys so much. We are going to be going to our Top Cup 4. It's only 4 rounds tonight, so stay tuned as we get things ready and set up. In the meantime, check out our website, natural20gaming.com, for your tabletop gaming needs. Magic, The Gathering, Pokemon, board games, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Check us out. In the meantime, also check us out on our socials on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Natural20LV or Natural20 Games. Take us a look, find us, and watch some of our cool little skits and our fun stuff. It helps us out. Take a subscribe to our channel, and we will be right back for more CEDH. Be right back.
time to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome on back to the finals of Thursday Night CEDH. At a pretty reasonable time, to be fair. There's only 4 rounds rather than a normal 5 rounds, but still had some pretty handy and pretty fun games these past couple of times. So, we are back in it. We are at Brian H. coming in with Kinnan. We have 3 2-1 records here. We have Brian H. on Kinnan, winning 3 rounds. The only time he lost was on stream, surprisingly, against Mr. LV. Well, then we have Zach the Boss, whose only loss was actually last round against Brian. And then Evan Essence won last round against Derek the Machine. And then Marcus creeping in with 5 points, a 1-2 record. The only 2 losses that he had was against Brian and Zach. So he has earned his place into tonight's table. Thank you guys so much, all of the other players of our tournament who did not make the top cut here. But it's very, very, very fun. But we got Kinnan, Nin the Pain Artist, Kodama Sakashima, and Rog Sai Turbo. And of course, we got 2 Simic decks versus a Izzet and a Grixis decks. Very fun. Are we reading a full text land? We are literally reading out a full text land right now. Alexander's reading out a full text land. So we're going to be putting in our bets here. Choose outcome. Last round's winner was Zach the Boss. Then now let us start up a prediction for finals. As we have Brian H, Zach the Boss, Evan Essence, who has not been on stream at all. Unfortunate. Then Marcus B. Mold of 4, Marcus. Oh, my word. We're going to start up predictions. Good luck to our players here as we start up the round. They pick on the game here. Marcus does not have a Gemstone Caverns going down to 2. That would be funny. But welcome on back, y'all. Brian's going to be starting us out here with a draw and playing a land for turn, most likely. Statistically. When are you waiting? There it is, a basic island out onto the field. Passing the turn over to Zach, playing our fetch land, and then grabbing up a volcanic island into a soul ring and passing the turn. Evanescence is going to draw for turn, play out a shock land breeding pool, and a Chrome Mox, imprinting a Fierce Guardianship. 1 less counterspell to work with. Marcus, what is that? How's that mole here? Oh, we're gonna exile Elvish. Oh no, never mind. We're firing it out. See. It is a mana dork of some kind. Playing out a Rog Rack and passing the turn. Oh, thank you for the follow, Ruby. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. We're going to phase out our creature here. There we go. Gwenna. There we go. That's what it is. Gwenna is for 3 mana, add 2 mana in any combination of colors. Spend it only to cast artifact, creature spells or activate creatures' abilities. Whenever you cast a creature spell with power 5 or greater, put a counter and untap her. Sweet. Brian's going to put out a Birds of Paradise, and then we pass over and we put out a Pestermite. Pestermite here is a 3 mana, may tap or untap target permanent on ETB. Move over to Evan as he taps down his creature and then passes turn here on upkeep. And then Marcus is going to Jeska's Will. Jeska's Will, of course. Hi, do you read chat? I do read chat. We got Jeska's Will here, 3 mana. We're going to choose target opponent. We're going to make a red for each card in their hand. And then a whole Exile top 3, Final Fortune, and a Heuristic Study. Oh my word, we are not getting those here. Oh my word. Hello, Aku Aku. I do read chat. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Whims. If Evan doesn't win, I might go cry myself to sleep tonight. I did hear that Evan's friends are watching him, so we got some love for Evan here. So put in some channel bet points while you guys have the time for it. Might as well try to see if he wins here. We got 1K going on to Evan. No underdog votes here, Brian, Zach, or Marcus. Okay, all right. Try it out. All right, Jessica. So we have just casted out Jeska's Will, and we did not get anything here worthwhile. Very unfortunate. Pass over to Brian. Evan better win. Hot take, Rule 504 is the most underrated magic rule and should be used more often. What the heck? The draw step? I do think the draw step is very important. Hushin Shagas before draw sip, so they uptick 2 times. That is pretty fire. I mean, you can still do that during like the upkeep. I mean, it's like draw and then before draw you can flash it in. Sure, that could also be pretty fire. Like, oh, I drew into a saga. I would feel like the deck that you would make with that would most likely be akin to something related to miracles. So if you have something like Molecule Man and you have a bunch of colorless sagas, I guess, but Miracle could also work for what is it, Velomachus Lorehold, or sorry, Lorehold the Historian, the new dragon here. Every instant sorcery has Miracle. I guess only Miracle Man can really do it. Wrath Caption Ships Mage, lol. Alright, fair enough. Shadow Green Mana, I love trampling things and being large. True. Green is pretty fire. Alright, we have Twin. Oh my god. Wait. Splinter Twin. Enchanting Pestermite. Splinter Twin, and with the Pestermite, that wins. That wins. That's 4 mana, enchanted on Pestermite. Tap Pestermite to make a token, untap the Pestermite, and now all the tokens have haste and we swing out. I think Zach might have just won, unless we have an interaction. Trigger on Pestermite. We're going to untap Pestermite. He makes infinite Pestermites. And do we have a response? Hot take. Annihilator Bracket 3 is okay. Sack 1 of 20? Yeah, fair enough. Right, Master of Keys. That's a good one. So, let us see. Got Snap or Trick Bind? I think it looks like we did a Trick Bind. We're going to cast a Sensei's Divining Top and pass, so they have delayed the inevitable. They need to get rid of this Pestermite immediately, or this Pestermite is going to start making more creatures. Uh-oh. Moving over to Evan. Evan, what you got? We got Gwenna on the field. We have a whole lot of mana, and we are now able to use it. Probably casting up Kodama here soon. He needs one more mana. He only has 5 mana available to him that will only be able to cast creatures. Four mana. Can't use that. All right, it is not a creature spell that we are able to cast here. It's very unfortunate. We're going to Nature's Rhythm for 0 here, grabbing up a Dryad Arbor. And unfortunately, this isn't going to help in stopping this Pestermite here. We have a blue and 2 creature-only mana available to us. We're going to grab a Mox Amber, playing at his, sort of our pseudo land for turn here. We have 4 mana available for us for Marcus. Rogsai Turbo is not going too fast at the moment. Jessica's Will was a gamble of exiling to top 3, being able to grab something. We're going to send 0 damage over at Zach. Just to quote, send a message, says Marcus. As we pass on back over to Brian, Brian is going to untap, upkeep, draw. Do we have something to stop this Pestermite? This is the most important part right now, is to be able to stop this Pestermite from popping off. Does anyone have a way to counter this funny little thing? We tried to do Trick Bind, as we have shut down its activation and countered it. We're going to fetch here with Prismatic Vista, grabbing up our basic forest for our land for turn. In a moment, Zach is literally able to win it off here. Any moment now. Crashed a couple times. We have a Thundering Falls as well, so we had to surveil through. We got rid of our Blood Moon. I'm curious on if the opening hand was literally just Soul Ring land, Pestermite, and Splinter Twin. That'd be very, very interesting indeed. But we're on turn 3, I believe. No, we are on turn 4 at the moment. That Pestermite and Splinter Twin going unanswered in a full rotation is absolutely critical. It is! And I'm very surprised. Evan, only decision at this moment was to get a Dryad Arbor with a Nature Rhythm. And Marcus mulled down to 4, didn't have any answers, of course, from the Jessica's Will, and only was able to play a Mox Amber. Brian is the only one that might have the ability to stop this if he drew into something. He grabbed up an island, perhaps a bounce spell of some kind can help make this Pestermite, or make this Splinter Twin fall off. If not, then even if it goes to Zach's turn, Oh. Whir of Invention for one. We're going to get a 1-drop artifact and put it onto the battlefield. We have improvised. We have not improvised it. We just hard casted this. Search for an artifact card with CMC X or less. Put on the battlefield. Probably grabbing up a... I wouldn't even know. Just got him with the Rex Sage. What are they getting? Pithing Needle? That's what I was thinking. Like, are they getting Pithing Needle right now? Apparently, this is the second time that Zach got by a Trick Bind. Of all cards to be making a comeuppance, almost. Trick Bind being shot back into our meta in our humble little stores. Very, very interesting. If he's getting a Pithing Needle, that's going to be the weirdest tech for a Kinnan deck to play out of every single card in Kinnan's repertoire. A Stacks piece. Right now, Brian's... I guess I feel like he's using this opportunity with Whir of Invention to look through his deck, but I see a Soul Ring getting put onto the field. I don't think anyone had an answer. I honestly think maybe Evan has a bounce spell in hand, and Into the Flood Maw in hand, ready to slam onto the field. Yep, Brian grabs a Soul Ring. And this is going to be the quickest finals table I've ever seen. Sorcerer Spyglass tech, that would be funny as well. But no, it is unfortunately a Soul Ring. And we pass the turn. Untap, draw. Activate Pestermite. Everyone's okay with it. Make a token, untap Pestermite. Demonstrate Infinite. Make 900,000. And 300,000 to everyone. Invoke Endurance, and that's nothing. Tap Ancient Tomb, take 2. And Brian does nothing. That's Zach win with a Pestermite twin with a Pestermite Splinter Twin that has been on the field for a whole turn cycle and getting it after a single Trick Bind into no answer across the entire table. Absolutely criminal what the boss, the owner of this shop, had did to this entire thing. This is the second ever tournament, CEDH tournament, that I have ever witnessed Zach win ever since I have been hired here 5 years ago. For the past 5 years, I have seen him lose. One win when it was my first year working here, and then his finally, his second win in this entire tournament. He has gotten it with a Splinter Twin Pestermite combo that took a whole turn cycle to win. Absolutely criminal. Thank you guys so much for watching our Thursday night CEDH. Amazing, wild finals table. Don't forget to check out our website, natural20gaming.com. Give us a follow, y'all, as we do this every Thursday. Every Friday is Pokemon. So stay tuned as we do that. Coming tomorrow at 7, we are having a Pokemon tournament. So come on and tune into that. Check out our website, natural20gaming.com. Check out our socials, natural20lv, pretty much everywhere. Facebook's natural20games, spelled out, of course. And then lastly, if you guys want some stylish sunglasses or prescription wear, check out zenny.com, zenni.com, and use code natural20lv at checkout for 10% off. Helps out the store, helps out the streams, helps me out as well. That way I can make it seem cool. And we enjoy being a Zenny partner. So thank you guys so much for watching. Once again, stay tuned. Check us out coming tomorrow for Pokemon. Next Thursday for more CEDH and Pokemon and all the fun stuff. Have a good one. I've been Sean, your humble commentator, and thank you for watching Natural 20.